go ahead and continue. So, yeah, we made it decently far, a lot farther than I thought we would. So, last time we were able to defeat Surge. And now, we need to make the long trek to Lavender Town. Yep. Everyone knows that one. Yeah, I got the bicycle. Okay. Before I get too off course. But yeah, as it stands, we should be able to get the last three party members here pretty soon. So, the key is all of my Pokemon that I'm keeping on my team are named. So we have No Feet the Diglett, Holbein the Wartortle, and Baguska the Drowsy. And then the rest are just temporary. And we'll see how long I can do this because I had to use a different chair today because Ryu has a lower back problem and his lower back decided to act up today. So we'll see. When it actually has lumbar support because of that. So I'm going to be leaning back a lot more and it's probably going to sound a little tinnier than usual because I'm going to be farther away from my microphone. Aside from Tangela, I don't believe that there is a mono grass type in the game. They're all dual typed. Then again, we really wanted to say that because we never really had a mono flying type Pokemon until 4 generations later. Well, 2 generations from this game, but you get what I mean. And as far as I know, everything's running smoothly. I've been testing this capture card of mine off camera, and things have actually been working pretty well. Of course I get poisoned. So once we get to Lavender Town, that's when I'm going to start actively avoiding trainers. Poisoning prior to Gen 5. And 4 for that matter. This was back when they still fainted. I'm sure my chair doesn't move. Yes, I have a backup chair in case my back decides to give me an issue. Actually, come to think of it, I said I'm actually going to fill this out. It really serves no purpose. I'm just doing this for my own reasons. That's not a bad move. Oh yes, a move that no longer exists as of Sword and Shield. Shame. Really is. Why, thank you for noticing. Okay, now... I don't think I can get that just yet. 9. Okay, then. Eh. Mid. Very mid. And that is why Charmander's actually not the worst choice anymore. Because it can actually do something to Brock. Ten? And if anyone ever wondered one of the reasons why the Psychic type was so OP, they were weak to 2 types, and Beedrill was one of the few Pokemon that could actually learn a Bug-type move. Downside, it's kind of a Poison type, therefore it's weak to Psychic. Whoops. Okay, I think it's rough terrain. No. It's probably I almost say Gasland. Oh my word. Grassland Pokemon. Just need to confirm real quick. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, can't find that until much later. Yeah, still, if I find anything interesting, might as well catch it for the data. And rat. Never mind. Like that rock there, get a hit in ether. Spirit Arrow, okay. No new Pokemon in this area, really. Therefore, let's move along. And one of the downfalls here, and here, you'll see one of the downfalls that Twitch plays Pokemon. Shouldn't Geodude have Levitate? Just a thought. Blastoise is one of the best rapid spinners in the game, but because we're not really dealing with competitive strategies in a playthrough, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I need to get a fire type pretty soon. We'll get there. Mud Slap? Really? After you learn Magnitude and Dig, you learn Mud Slap. I'm sorry, but you should have learned Mud Slap far earlier if this is the case. Just, what? First time we're seeing a Venonat, I think. Alright. Sure. Use a Psychic-type move on one of the highest special defenses of Psychic-type Pokemon in this game. Great idea. Oh yes. One thing that this game likes to do is disguise trainers as NPCs. Because this guy was just wandering around like a normal NPC would. This was when they started doing that. And they kept it from Gen 4 onwards. I like that now, though, as if Scarlet and Violet, you can just talk to the trainers now. Even if you walk into the line of sight, they'll ignore you unless you go and talk to them. So no more of the, you walked in front of me, let's battle! Situations. Less more of that, essentially. Okay. Couldn't remember if there was anything down there. Now, if I remember correctly, unless I'm getting mixed up with the Let's Go games again, I think there's a Pokemon I want to catch here to bank for later. No, not him. Also, anyone remember the jokes where if you keep fleeing from a Pokemon, you end up running into the same one over and over again? So it's supposed to be a random chance every single time, but one time I was going through the Seafoam Islands, and I kept getting pestered by the same seal over and over again. Same level, same gender, same moves. And because it was Gen 1, of course, there was no IV spreads or nature, so it didn't really matter. Don't think it's in this route. I think I'm getting mixed up with the Let's Go encounters. Okay, couldn't remember if there's a berry spot there or not. Been a long time since I've played Fire Red Leaf Green. Seriously? You lost to Misty with a Pikachu? And a surprisingly halfway decent Pokemon that wastes its turn using a move that's only good in a double battle. Okay, now I can see why you lost your gym battle so easily. That No Feet seems very angry today. Cherry Berry cures paralysis. Person Berry heals confusion. Alright. Now. For, in my opinion, the longest stretch in the game. Rock Tunnel. Now, Gen 3 onwards, it's not too difficult to make it through here without knowing Flash. I just do it for convenience reasons. It's a lot harder in the earlier gens, though. Why is Gloom becoming my HM user? Okay. There is one Pokemon I wouldn't mind catching through here, but once I do, I'm just going to keep Repels up, because there's really no point in getting pestered over and over again. And that's not it, because I've already caught one. Thanks for the extra one. Nope. No Geodude. Ironically, the War Turtle is the one thing that can deal with this, because it has Bite. Which, for those who don't know, as of Gen 2, is a Dark-type move. In Gen 1, it was a move, but it was just a physical, normal move. That's all it did. Had the same effects, though. I think it was still base 60 power with the chance of flinching. About what you expect to run into in a cave in Pokemon. You know, it must be nice to have that kind of talent. No, seriously, it must be. I can't draw to save my life. It's a wonder I even passed art class back in elementary school. I bet if I actually cared enough and kept at it, I could get good, but... There are 2 new Pokemon that appear in this cave, and I've yet to run either one of them. But yes, the reason why we had the mono audio for a while was because the GameCube was made in the era, as well as the Game Boy Advance, was made in the era back before, you know, stereo sound became a mandatory thing with video games. Ah. Okay, I realize there aren't that many Pokemon to go through with Gen 1. But it feels illegal for other trainers to have starters. But I guess these could be the many trainers that started before you did. Hey! About time. Ah yes, the ever-original design where 2 more Diglett appear. Ew, no, Sand Tomb's actually not that good of a move. So essentially, it is Fire Spin, but it's ground type. What that means is it also has the same amount of accuracy. So it's very inaccurate and very unreliable. So I would never recommend that. Again, Dugtrio just, its learn set doesn't work. Yes, I'm aware of it. Many people in real life around me like to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. There really isn't. To each their own, and I wouldn't mind dressing up as a Pokemon for Halloween. Or going to a convention or something like that. So while I'm battling this Cubone here, there's something that's very interesting that needs to be brought up. So, Pokemaniacs. All of their Pokemon are based on Pokemon that are within the Monster Egg Group. Yes, did you know that Pokemon have egg groups? This means that, one such thing that likes to happen is, for example, I believe, now don't hold me to this, but I believe you could technically breed an Arbok and a Dragonite, because I think they fall into the same dragon category. I can't remember, but I just find it weird that that happens. And then, of course, the most classic example is being able to breed Skitty with Wailord. In other words, the biggest Pokemon breeding with one of the smallest. Yeah, let that sink in. Can't believe I haven't found one of the two Pokemon I'm looking for. Hit me with your best shot. Ah, Seismic Toss, the Chansey Blissey Classic. You use a fighting type move that does not check resistances or weaknesses, but it does check immunities though. So if you try using it against a ghost type, it does nothing. But it does set damage based on your Pokemon's level. And since most battles are determined either level 50 or 100, this is where Chansey and Blissey become dangerous. Fired away! Wait, I thought you evolved much later. No complaints. Nope, that's not it either. But it's good to know you can catch your Mankey in here. I never knew that, actually. Of course, then again, I normally just tear through here with repels because I get so annoyed by the wild encounters. Then again, who doesn't? It's a cave. But what if I told you that compared to some other games, the encounter rate is very tame in this game? Why do I say that? Have you ever tried going through a cave without repels in one of the DS games? After you try that, then talk to me about pain. Because the encounter rate in the DS era was increased. Not fun. Not fun at all. Yeah, I'm probably going to hear a bunch of, like, squeaking in the background. That's because in order to deal with this lower back pain, I gotta stretch every now and then. Ooh. There we go. Part of what fixes is when sometimes my back needs to crack. There it goes. Oh. Okay, so I was not expecting Baguska or No Feet to evolve this quickly. I thought they evolved like a little later on, like 32 or something like that. But, yeah, no complaints. Now Baguska went from not quite one-shotting Pokemon it's good against to one-shotting them. Though I won. Don't you mean I missed? Oh, this reminds me. Has anyone ever seen the randomized map races? Oh, the amounts of confusion in that. So how that works is, from the starting town onwards, every single building or location you go into, if there is a loading screen, you'll end up somewhere randomly in the map that exists within the world. So, for example, if I went down that ladder to the lower level of Rock Tunnel, I could end at the end of Victory Road, for example. But I've seen some crazier things though, like they randomly went in and then end up in Naval Rock, right in front of Ho-Oh or Lugia. Which, if people don't remember, were special events for these games. Which, unfortunately, the Americas never got. I believe the only event that we got from Gen 3 was the Mew event in Emerald. That's it. Or I just wasn't aware of most of them because I lived in an area where while we had a Toys R Us near us, my folks would refuse to drive me out there just to do that. Isn't it so much easier when you have your own car, but then you have to work every day, so you have no time for yourself anymore to do anything like that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think this might be the location where the Pokemon I'm looking for starts appearing. I'm not going to use it, but I need it for the data, because this is the earliest place you can get it. It might be down a different level. In that case, I'm going to use another one just to alleviate some of the annoyance. Bend twigs, carry like non-toxic paint, or chalk with you, mark your path. It really isn't that difficult if you think about it. Yeah, see? Baguska does so much more damage now since it evolved. Since she evolved. Which, if you know the lore behind Hypno, it's very disturbing. Well, yeah, no feet can at least scratch it. Scratch it, but its high damaging moves don't do anything. Doug Trio. One of the best revenge killers in the series, to the point where now it has Retaliate as one of its learned moves. Which, Retaliate, aside from looking cool and having a cool name, is actually a very interesting move to have, especially with a sweeper like Doug Trio, because you do more damage if the Pokemon before it fainted. I can teach Rock Slide infinitely in a different game. So I'm thinking I might give it to No Feet. Because I don't think any of the other Pokemon I'm thinking of getting can learn it. Sort of. That, and we've needed something for flying types for quite a while now. And screw Sand Attack because I don't like that using that method. Hiker Dudley, huh? I have one thing to say to you. Get the tables. Okay. Yeah, No Feeds is going to fall behind greatly here because doesn't really have a lot of advantages over most of the Pokemon going through here. Nice crit. First you get a crit, then you flinch. What kind of luck is that? And then another crit. What? What's going on with you now? Thought I was going to have a little more trouble getting through here. This has been a breeze so far. I guess evolving actually has a lot to do with that, but still. Now, unfortunately, the whole dodging trainers escapade going on, there are some trainers I'm going to have to fight. I don't have a choice with some of them. Wasting my time here. We're not in a double battle. Why you gotta be like that? Critical hit as well. Oh, that's just rude. Get out of there, no feet. That Bellsprout will destroy ya. Alright, well, I guess we're going to make it through the cave without running into either one of them. If we make it out of the cave without encountering either one, I'll say what they are. Alright, if you say so. Alright. Alright, well, it seems like we're not going to find them. The Pokemon I was looking for. They're lower encounters, but you can find them here. They are Machop and Onix. Found neither one, so we're moving on. Let's go heal. This is when I start avoiding trainers. Or at least trying to. The guy here disguises himself as an NPC. He's a trainer. Okay. We are now in Lavender Town. One of my favorite locations in all of Pokemon, Lavender Town. Enough of that. Yeah, this one's unavoidable. You have to battle one of them. Seriously though, what are the chances? I mean, sure. Yeah. Now, I do like the idea of the gamers in Let's Go, the gamblers. How it works is, their Pokemon are impossibly leveled. They only have one, but they're so high leveled that nothing will be able to match them at the point in the game. And how it works is, all they know is one move. And it's either Fissure, Guillotine, or Sheer Cold. What are those moves? One-hit KO moves. How did I almost say Giratina while trying to say Guillotine? Seriously? Or Horn Drill. I also forgot about Horn Drill. At least I can't screw that one up. Okay, so one of the Pokemon I'm looking for is actually in this route. That's being added to the team. And that's not it. Pick up these berries while I'm at it, though. Neither is that, but I'm going to defeat it so I can get some easy experience. Since it's a poison type. If I keep running to Meowth and Ekans, nothing's going to get done. That Ekans shows up as like, you rang. Geez, neither of you are Pokemon that I'm looking for. There we go. So we needed a fire type for the... Oh, you have the wrong ability. Okay. Okay. Let's keep trying. I do not want one with... Well, Flash Fire wouldn't be bad, but I prefer Intimidate. There we go. Okay, here's one with Intimidate. Nice. Okay, so, because of what it evolves into, I know a lot of people like to name it RK9. I have something else in mind. RK... Oos. Arceus. Yeah. That's not original, I know. Okay, so... Next team member is going to be over here. Past Celadon City. No, I don't want to go back down there. I might as well see if there's something else I can encounter here. Yeah, I think the Safari Zone is going to be my best friend for getting the 60 Pokemon necessary. Anyway, Celadon City. Okay, so our second to last team member is going to be up here. And no, it isn't that. Oh, we've been using it by now. And there it is. Yes, I am going to do something I have never tried before. I'm going to raise a Doduo. I have never used this before. I wanted a flyer, and I knew I would need to get one. So I'm going for the most unconventional flyer in the game. As for our final team member, it will not be joining us for a while. What do I want to name it? Let's see. And now we can fly. So she's hiding because apparently she's a very famous celebrity and just hates the paparazzi. I can't say I blame her, though. Alright, were these two worth it, though, is the other thing. Why is everything sassy? And relaxed. Could be better, but not terrible. Okay, these two have some catching up to do, though. We can't go through here yet. Gotta go do an errand real quick. Oh, what am I talking about? Our final team member we can get now. I completely forgot who my final team member was. So we're going to need that tea for later. Anyway, you sneak back here, and then go upstairs. And just go ahead and steal this guy's Eevee. You didn't see anything. Alright, I already know what direction we're going with this. Unfortunately, with it being 25, it already missed out on one of its possible moves. However, we do have that Shockwave TM. You already know where I'm going at with this. To the department store. Because they sell evolution stones there, apparently. That's awfully convenient. There's also a couple things you need to do going through here. I believe this guy just teaches you to move. Counter. One of the Nuzlocke destroyers. You just barely don't one-shot a Pokemon with a physical move, and then use this counter. One of the most wonderful feelings in all of Pokemon. The best out of the three, fight me. Okay, normally I said I would not use TMs for the reason that they're single use, but I'm going to make an exception here because, well, we lost the capability of it learning Thunder Shock, so we need to TM it. And then, if you haven't noticed, I haven't spent that much money. That's because we're just going to buy the TMs from the game corner. Because ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, and go ahead and grab one of each. Curse your ace spamming. Now, the TMs that you got from her were far better in the original. I believe you got Reflect no matter what from her, but the TM you get from giving her Lemonade is actually, Ice Beam? I don't know what they were thinking. I think they give you Reflect, Tri Attack, and Ice Beam, if memory serves me correctly. Well, you know what they say. How elevators are versus the stairs. Now we can go through Saffron City. I never understood that. It's like, no, you can't go through the city, into the city. Why? I'm thirsty. What? What does that have to do with anything? And how is your chemistry grade? You don't want to know. I was terrible at chemistry. And now you can understand why I just decided to put it to sleep and then chuck a great ball at it. Because it knew Roar. I know that it knew Roar. Hey, there's the burn. I don't know what I was thinking trying to raise Voltorb in a different game. It doesn't learn anything. Not for a long time, anyway. The only damaging move it has up to this point is Sonic Boom, which is set damage. Well, I guess there's Tackle, but still. I'm so used to the Pokemon list being there. It's a very hard habit to break. You know, I will admit that the EXP share would be nice, but unless you really go out of your way, you're not going to be able to get it for quite some time. Although that would make this go by a lot faster. The only issue is you have to capture 50 Pokemon, which at the rate that I'm going is not really likely. At least, probably not until the next stream or the stream after. Hey, a Pokemon I have a type advantage over. Yep. Oh well, I guess at 10? Isn't that a little overkill? And oh my gosh. That means that, let's see, magnitude 10 is a base 180 damage. Being quad weak gets times 4 damage. And a critical hit doubles that. Yikes. So if it's 180 times 4, that brings me up to, 720 damage, and then multiply that by 2. That's how much damage I just did to that Magnemite. I don't even think it's dead. I think I destroyed it from the... I think I vaporized it from the face of this world. With that much damage. If it is, then why are you running into me? Wait, I could sue you for money. Because you hurt me. Oh, Smog. One of the weakest poison-type moves in the game, but the highest chance of poisoning. Okay. Jeez. Can't take a hit, can ya? Too bad I don't know Stomp. Yeah, fun fact about using Minimize. You take double damage from Stomp. How specific. How oddly specific, yet it makes sense. So yeah, it's going to be kind of slow going here for a bit because we have to grind up 2 of our team members to catch up with the others because they're all near level 30. Except for the Jolteon, but the Jolteon's level 25 to begin with, so yeah. Also, I find it hilarious that all my Pokemon are, almost all my Pokemon are sassy. What is the Jolteon? Oh, it's a lonely nature. Not what you need for a Jolteon, though. That's plus physical defense, sorry, plus physical attack minus physical defense. It's a glass cannon anyway, so... Oh yeah, here's where you get the Psychic TM. I always forget about that. Probably because I just never like using it, because single-use TMs drive me crazy. No. No, I will not let walking beat me. Hey! Now you get to have a little... Now you get to have a chance to shine. Well, you might as well stand out there and soak up some extra experience. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, the gamblers all have one-hit KO moves, which are very inaccurate. However, the higher the level you are from the Pokemon that you're using it on, the higher your chances are if you are landing the move. So, it's a big gamble no matter what, and that's what they were going for. His name is one letter away from being the cursed name. Yeah, you really can't do much to this. Also, I have a question about moves like Minimize. How do you miss shaking the earth? See, this I can explain missing. But when you're shaking the earth, how do you miss that? If Pokemon moves were a little more realistic, I just bit a pile of sludge. I don't know, am I? So, the Growlithe is going to remain our Growlithe for a while until it learns to move Flame Wheel. I would love for it to learn... I would love for him to learn Flamethrower, but it learns it so late that I don't really know if I want to commit to that. Alright, time for you to get a little action. Yeah, it learns Flamethrower at level 49, so I think learning Flame Wheel at 31 should be the cutoff point. Just hit my microphone. Hope that didn't come through. Yeah, I'd rather not make contact. Oh well, you paralyzed me anyway. Never mind. I guess I could have made contact. Also, Arcanine is actually really good these days because its moveset has been greatly expanded on. Because it can learn moves like Outrage, Close Combat, and Play Rough. That actually makes it viable for to fit almost any strategy you could think of. Thank goodness that missed. That being said, I need to get out of here. Hopefully it does not know Pursuit, otherwise that would be very bad. Okay, it didn't. It'll be nice to just use Earthquake later on. Fortunately, I believe Dugtrio can learn it naturally, so... Not until very late, but hey, at least the grind for it makes sense. I'll say that much. There's your level 51. We'll be... Honestly, that's fine. Let's give this Doduo a little experience. Yay, extra money! Did you ever see the fan theory that the gate guards were actually paid off by Team Rocket? But because they had been standing there for so long and were dying of thirst, they looked the other way when you gave them something. And I wish that that was actually confirmed, because it's like, well, that actually makes more sense, doesn't it? Rather than just saying, hey, you can't go through here because I'm thirsty. Hey. Sure, give me some extra money. I'm okay with that. Alright. Abort! Abort! Probably has one of each then. Okay. No feet, get out there and tear them up. I was joking. But thanks. Oh, you guys have a... Huh. I see. I agree in some cases. In some cases. Also, one dude in a sea of ladies. Stay in school, kids. Back to Lavender Town to heal. And then we're going to do some story progression because, well, we're at a standstill at this point. After I clear out the trainers in the next route and then get back to Celadon, I'm going to take a quick break. And see if I'm a little more limber now. For one thing, too. Cute, round, and fluffy Pokemon. Jigglypuff? Clefairy works too. Where'd this come from? Oi. Get every affliction tonight. Have my back go out on me. Start coughing randomly, and then the hiccups. Let's have everything happen today. I love it when opponents use moves like Helping Hand or Follow Me in single battles. Like, what are you doing? Duh. I could have told you that. Okay, Grimer. I believe it's higher special defense, but its physical defense is lower. So Doduo, get out there. Oof. Oof. Well, that did far less than I thought it would. To this day, though, I don't understand the concept of physical moves that don't make contact. I still don't understand that idea. $369. And there you have it, folks. being very mid today. Very mid. You're not logical. Ooh. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form of a giant shark. Form of a bucket of water. Feel my power. Should have guessed. See, this is when the Clefairy knowing follow me would actually help. Hey. Oh, now you use it. When you're the last Pokemon on that side. Great idea. Jeez, Arceus, what's with the burning? That was easy. Okay, now that those trainers have been dealt with, there's no more trainers on the route. Let's get back to Celadon. Can't go that way. I always kind of get a little mixed up in Saffron City. Okay. So, I'm going to quick save. Hey, 23 Pokemon. I can go get an item finder. Whoop-de-doo. Wait, no. No. I can go get an Everstone. Whoop-de-doo. Because the Everstone doesn't do what it does in later games. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And back in more ways than one, because my back is limpering up now. Medical conditions, gotta love them. So over here in the corner, on the game corner, you can print off a little thing on your trainer card that shows you the all the Pokemon that you currently have in your party. I'm not going to do that until everyone's fully evolved. So we'll get there. Also, yes, I know Doduo doesn't evolve for a while, but it's not bad. And also, again, I want to try something a little different. It's the one flyer I've never used in a series. So, if I remember correctly, this is the cafe. No, it's the hotel. Okay, so in the original, this actually worked as a PC, but of course they removed it later on. I just found it funny that because it had the same layout as a Pokemon Center, that's what happened with it. It's an NPC named Chief, just Chief. Okay, here's where I wanted. You get the coin case from the guy. Also, Team Rocket members just wandering the streets like they own the place. Huh. That's a little suspicious. Okay, so these are all held items. The smoke ball's kinda... Honestly, all of these except the yellow flute are not really super useful. I don't know why you would even do that. Okay, so here, 9,999 coins is actually almost impossible, by the way. And this is an easy way to get Aberclefairy and Dratini and Scyther. Is it worth it? I don't think so. You can get some of those for free later anyway. Okay, so the TM corner here. If I recall correctly, these are Ice Beam, Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, and Flamethrower. Not bad moves. And that's where the bulk of your coins are going to go. Oh yeah. Another thing about the game corner is just wander around, press A, and you'll find just random coins on the ground. I forget how much there is exactly, but yeah, if you literally just try to use your hidden item sense 100 coins, hey, that's pretty neat. I guess people got a little careless with their spendings. I love how they drop coins in front of the counter. I don't know, I find that hilarious. Oh yes, I also want to point out, yes, welcome to the game corner, a lost staple in all Pokemon games. There's actually a reason why though, and it's a bit of a silly one, but I also understand why. And these 3 NPCs will give you some extra coins. Well, here's why. We're gambling, folks! Ah! So close. Ah! Hey! Oh well. So yes, because gambling is illegal in most areas of the world now, we no longer have these game corners. So what are they doing? Let's Go. They just turned this into an arcade. Why are you guarding this poster? That seems suspicious. That's very suspect of you. Ow. Okay, so the goal right now is to try to get them to... I need to try to get the Doduo and the Growlithe up to at least level 25. But this is going to be a bit of some slow trekking for a while. Also, yes, very suspicious that he was guarding that poster. Is there something going on here? As if we don't know what it means at this point. Actually, come to think of it, I might rethink something here. Because, do I really need a flyer? Like, what is the flyer good against? Fighting, grass, and bug. Which I pretty much have covered. Well, maybe not then. Maybe there is one more Pokemon that I have in mind. And here's where Team Rocket is headquartered. So, yeah, I just need to focus on raising my Growlithe now. Okay, I think I have my final team member in mind for sure now. But I have to make sure about something real quick. No, not yet. You probably shouldn't. Okay. Ouch. That barely did anything, and you almost destroyed me in one hit. Alright, Braguska, get out there. There's a different move that buffs you that I would teach. So how's your day going? Not too bad. Just busted into into the mob's base of operations and took them out. Wait, what? I mean, that's essentially what we're doing here. Controller rolled off me. You know, burning a Machop's not exactly a good thing, because it has Guts as its ability, so it completely offsets it. TM21 frustration, huh? Well, I guess that's very fitting considering whose base we're in. And now for the true downfall of Twitch Plays Pokemon. The Rocket Hideout. Ten. Talk about playing with fire. That. Oh no, I dropped the lift key! How incompetent do you have to be? To where it's literally right behind you. Alright, go this way. I think this is a TM. Taunt. Also, if you think this part's obnoxious, wait until much later. Also, this used to be worse. It used to take forever for these tiles to put you anywhere. Oop. Almost went too far. Yeah, those guys are just extra experience. They don't really do anything. There's a little trick here, by the way. Once you gain the access to the elevator, go to basement first floor. What'll happen is you'll come out here, and there's this rocket sitting here. After you beat him, he creates a shortcut in and out of the hideout. So yes, now you have a shortcut in the hideout if you need to go heal, which we do. And you gotta walk very slowly to the door because you're not allowed to run indoors except when you are. And of course, do not ride your bike indoors. I will find out immediately. Alright, these guys are optional, meaning you don't have to fight them, but I'm going to for the experience. Alright, I get it. Riveting commentary, I know. But it's just a bunch of battling, not a whole lot's happening. Calcium, huh? Let's see, who could really use that? I'll get to Arceus here. Chabak! Well, first time I've seen this, I think, in this game. I actually have a very fun fact about Arbok. Arbok, I believe... Arbok, no matter what every game that it's in, has a different chess pattern. They change the chess pattern of it in every game. I just wish Arbok were a little better. Like, it's one of those Pokemon where it's like, it could have had an evolution, it would not have changed anything. They could have had a regional variant that was Dark Poison. They could have given it something. But they never did, unfortunately. You have any Pecha Berries? Yes, I do. Because I don't feel like backtracking just to heal one Pokemon, essentially. Well, it's good to see that I have a returning customer. Ooh, hello. Sandslash is Sandslash, but it still has the low special defense. I like how Sandslash actually travels whenever it follows you in the Let's Go games, because it curls up into a ball. It turns into a hedgehog, and it goes fast like Sonic. It's just a shame that the Alolan variety doesn't do that because it's a blue hedgehog. I wish the shiny was blue. Just driving that reference home. Take down. Nah. Ekans. So, your partner had an Arbok and you had Sandslash. Now, in Let's Go and Yellow, instead of fighting these two randos, you would be fighting Jesse and James. I am not joking. I always found it fascinating how it's like the main Team Rocket duo that we all know and love were never really featured in games except for those. Like, you think they would be involved in any way possible. I get it, the anime is supposed to be separate from the games, but still. I feel like Jesse and James could have been around and a factor in certain situations, but they wouldn't be, but like Butch and Cassidy wouldn't. Ah, the Rocket Hideout. The downfall of Twitch plays Pokemon, and not only that, I remember when they actually made it to Giovanni and beat him, then they dug out and had to go all the way back in there to get the Silph Scope. Oh, that was glorious. It's like, okay gang, we beat Giovanni, but we need to go back and get the Silph Scope. I also find it interesting how this theme became exclusive to Team Rocket. You only hear it in their headquarters, and you don't hear it anywhere else. Joking, there's one more place where you hear it, but it makes sense lore-wise. Alright, let's save, because this guy's actually a pretty good difficulty spike, as you would imagine, him being the boss of Team Rocket. So, I must say, I'm impressed you got here. Team Rocket captures Pokemon from around the world. They're important tools for keeping our criminal enterprise going. I am the leader, Giovanni. For your insolence, you will feel a world of pain. I gotta say, the Kensugi Mori artwork works so much better for Giovanni. Because, like, the original art for Giovanni, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of it. Now, two of his Pokemon are kind of jokes, but his last Pokemon is what frightens me a little bit. This. Kangaskhan is a brute of a Pokemon, especially this early in the game. Now, this is before Kangaskhan became absurdly broken. But it's still very strong. Yeah, that, like, did almost nothing. I always found it interesting, too, how he never uses this again. He uses it for the 2 battles that you have against him, but in the final battle, he doesn't. I never understood that one. Yeah, there's no way you're outspeeding a Jolteon. It's one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. Jeez, it's doing nothing. The bulk of this thing. Okay, he was an idiot. So, there we go. And there's the critical hit when I don't need it. What? This can't be! I see that you raise Pokemon with utmost care. A child like you would never understand what I hope to achieve. I shall step aside this time. I hope we meet again. And there's the Silk Scope we need. I love how Giovanni leaves and abandons his hideout, and then the grunts just kind of stick around. Also, what happened to this hideout after the events of this game? Alright. Should be able to go torch this gym now. Let's see. Just that much, huh? So I can afford up to 3,000 coins right now, but I'm not really going to bother with it. Let's go offload some items though, now I'm thinking about it. Some items that we don't need. Because, early Pokemon games, you have an item bag limit. Okay. Alright, let's go battle this gym. Should be ready for it. Oh, right. I forgot. The gym that requires an HM to get to, and the gym that actually requires an HM to get through. How could I have forgotten? You know what? I think we need a little more training anyway, so we're going to head to Lavender Town since we can now. Let's go take the underground path because I'm a little bit on the lazy side. Hey, Ryu, what brings you here? Is your Pokemon dead? Hey, it's alive! I can at least make him faint, let's go! Also, sorry about your Eradicate. a Gyarados against a Jolteon. You're either very bold or very stupid. I can't tell which one. I'm keeping it fair for important battles. I'm acting as if I'm on the set battle system against them. Well, at least it can't put me to sleep. Sure. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Did I just essentially sleep through half of your team with a Jolteon? What? You stinker. I took it easy on you, too. How's your Pokedex coming? I just saw a Cubone. I can't find the bigger Marowak. Where could they be? I bet there aren't any left. Well, I better get going. I've got a lot to accomplish. Unlike you. Smell you later. Laugh it up. Laugh it up. You'll get yours soon. Yeah. Okay. We have a lot of big time raising to do here. In order to get the final team member, I'm also going to have to raise Baguska a lot, so this works perfectly. Also, some of these channelers are very disturbing. that is used over and over again to describe what kind of trainer you're fighting. What kind of type they specialize in. I love how they keep using Spite, but they're faster than me, so nothing happens. Because the Gengar line is very, very fast. They're definitions of special glass cannons. Meaning they have very high special attack stats and high speed, but bad everything else. Especially defenses and health. Or, you know, you could do the 10,000 IQ playing off yourself using Curse. That works too. Should probably get that. Oh, an escape rope. Whatever will I use that for? I actually enjoy going through here in Let's Go because it becomes a stealth mission. If you come here without the Silph Scope, the thing is, try to get around all the ghosts. If you touch a ghost, you go back to the beginning of the floor. The beginning of the level that you're on. Oh hey, a new Pokemon. Well, will this kill it? Yep. Again, let's use Spite, even though I outspeed you and does nothing effectively. What? What? Now, I am going to actually cheat a little bit. If I am off by a couple levels, I am going to use the rare candies to get Arceus up so he can learn Flame Wheel. So we can evolve it and just get that done and over with. Well, might as well just try. Ah, come on. Alright. Now you want to make this harder on yourself. Or make it easier for me. Wait, did they actually refer to India in this game? Huh. How oddly specific. Too bad they actually can't reference Copper Raja even today, because that wouldn't make any sense with it being a steel type. It's immune to poisonous gases. Hey, a hunter. Well, and it offs itself. Should have known. Hey, 1 HP. Where this? Oh yeah, that's right. I just got one. I was about to ask where this great ball came from. Seriously? Oh, Pokedexes. You never cease to amaze me with your creepy entries for Ghost-type Pokemon. Oh yes, I also want to point out something. Whatever you do in the original, do not save in that protected zone. What it will do is, and then reset the game. What it will do is it will take all control away from you and soft lock you. Meaning no matter what you do, you will not be able to progress in the game. Not even the walk through walls cheat gets you out of there. Zombies! Actually, come to think of it, how many rare candies do I have? 3. Okay. So Arceus just has to get one more level. You know, I love it when my opponent offs itself by using Curse or Self-Destruct or something like that, and then you just get an easy win. It's just hilarious to me. I especially love it when the character afterwards is like, how did I lose? Hey, a nugget. Now, if I recall correctly, unless it's in the floor above, I believe that lady got censored, that channeler. She originally said, "Give me blood." And for obvious reasons, they can't say that. Give a round of applause for Chandler Tammy, folks. Now, one thing that would make me lose my mind, if it ever happened, would be... Oh, no, is this NPC? Okay. Yeah, that's not disturbing. That's not disturbing at all. Okay, so, just to alleviate time we need. Thus, this makes Arceus the strongest Pokemon in our party. Or Arceus. But anyway, as I was saying, I would lose my mind if, because it's never really happened to me in Fire Red and Leaf Green, is if I find a random shiny. I am not joking, that's never happened to me before. It happens to me all the time in Gen 4 onwards games. At least one shows up in a playthrough. But it has never happened to me in Gens 1 through 3. Sorry, not Gens 1 through 3. Gens 2 or 3. The Red Gyarados doesn't count. I should know better. There was no such thing as shiny Pokemon in Gen 1. Now, this is a bit of a double-edged sword, because Baguska is both good against the Ghastly line and weak to the Ghastly line. I believe that's the last of the channelers. Hey! Rare encounter. Also very fitting. Considering what happened here. If I headbutt it, I shouldn't kill it. Yeah. Okay, I've caught every Pokemon here, so, but I'll be back here sometime off screen to capture a bunch of these, Ghastly, because I have a plan for... I have some future plans involving Gengar. Be gone, intruders. Nice attention to detail, too, that the Marowak is female. Because that's what happened. Team Rocket is literally so despicable that they actually killed a Pokemon. This Marowak. Now, unfortunately, the lore is kind of wacky now. Out of whack. No pun intended. Because this implies that this is the mother of all Cubone. But it isn't. It's the mother of a specific Cubone. Is what it became. And you have no choice. You cannot capture this. That's why I find it strange how Team Rocket sometimes uses Cubone and Marowak. I'm like, isn't that a little awkward? Just think about it for a moment. Think about how awkward that would be. And again, instead of fighting these three randos, you'd be fighting Jesse and James up here. If it were yellow or Let's Go. Hey, first time we see one of these. Now, I would have actually used the Zubat line as flyers, because Crobat is actually good. Problem, in this version, until you defeat the Pokemon League, you will not be able to get a Crobat. It's really dumb, but that's how they did it. And Baguska, I appreciate if you... Okay, thank you. Quit attacking yourself, but breaking free from confusion works too. Always love the jokes of how illogical Team Rocket members are, because they outnumber this kid. What's stopping all of them from if it's a matter of they'd rather not fight him because of all the Pokemon, okay, I get that. But if all of them send out their Pokemon at once, what's stopping him? Then what's exactly stopping them? Because they have the numbers game. And they're criminals. Of course they're not going to play fair. So, yeah, Team Rocket doesn't make a ton of sense. And it's like, okay, so their leader has honor, but no one said anything about the otherlings. Huh? You came to save me? Thank you, but I came here of my own free will. I came to calm the spirit of Cubone's mother. I think Marowak's spirit has finally left us. I must thank you for your kind concern. Follow me to my home, Pokemon House, at the foot of this tower. Ryu, your Pokedex quest is one that requires strong dedication. Without deep love for Pokemon, your quest may fail. I'm not sure if this will help you, but I'd like you to have it. Upon hearing the Pokeflute, sleeping Pokemon will spring awake. Try using it on Pokemon that are sleeping obstacles. Okay. We may be good enough to get the last team member now. You know, I just realized something. What am I doing? You probably figure it out since we're in Saffron City, and why I've been training up Baguska. You probably guess what the final team member is. And similar to thinking about using Dodrio, this is also a Pokemon that I've never used before in a playthrough. Ah. Well. Miscalculated. Okay. What's funny is, by being of equal level, we're under-leveled against them. The fighting dojo here. Animated sweat drop. We might be in trouble here. I forgot about that. Ow. You know, you use focus energy, erase your crit ratio, and you're just doing set damage. That's not how this works. Sorry, this isn't Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire or Legends Arceus. We have no way to do that. I think instead of Headbutt, I'm gonna go talk to that move tutor and teach Baguska, Dream Eater. Because it's like, until I get Psychic, I need a stronger damaging move, Psychic move. Because the problem is, Confusion while, well, I'm dead. Confusion is not that good. Hypno was Psychic on its own pretty soon, but the problem is it's not soon enough. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner, but oh well. Here we are. Or do I just stick it out and then leave and come back when I do have Psychic? Because then my chances of actually beating these guys is a lot higher. Okay, now one of these Pokemon I fear more than the other. You know, it's a shame that they forgot what this guy's name's supposed to be. It's Kiyo. Now, Hitmonlee can do more to me than Hitmonchan can. Wow, I rhymed with both of those descriptions. Ha! Huh. But anyway, it's because this is before the physical special split, so Hitmonchan is actually worse than Hitmonlee. But after the physical special split, it's debatable for either one of them. all you're doing is using mind readers, so... Not really sure what you're hoping to accomplish there. I get there's still status conditions from the elemental punches, but still. However, there is that, and that's pretty decent damage. E. He was easier than his cronies. And I thought of a name. This is Brucey. Okay, so one of the reasons why I came here is because let's go ahead and heal up, and then we're going to go to the name raider because I need to rename my Jolteon. It's not that house, it's this house. Alright, let's think for a sec. Let's think. Let me think. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of anything. So we're just going to go with Spike. Okay. Now then. So, now that we are able to bypass Snorlax, I want to let you all know that at this point in the game, you can pick whichever gym you want to fight now. It's actually pretty neat. This is level 30 in the originals. I thought it was the same here. Oh well. Well, you're worth it. You're both naughty. That just makes sense. What about the Rocket members just kind of vanish? Okay, so head into the department store. Oh yeah, another thing that I enjoy about the, I think it's the fourth floor, actually. But, is that once you get here, there's multiple warps that could literally go anywhere. It's hilarious. Why was that put there for some weird reason? Oh well. Okay. See, I don't mind evolving Eevee immediately, but evolving Growlithe immediately is not a good thing. Okay, who's my highest level? It's Baguska, isn't it? Okay, I need her for Plan B though. So, Holbein's just going to sit in the box then for a bit, because he's probably the least useful member for this gym, being a grass type. Because I need an HM user. Never ends, does it? Now, I actually, prior to Gen 4, I do not mind having one of my party members have Surf as a move. Because Surf was broken in Gen 3. Plan A is going to be Arceus. Plan B is going to be Baguska. And they changed her dialogue. Only real ladies are around in here. Because since Leaf is playable as a female character, they had to change her dialogue because of that. Boom. Am I a bit overprepared? Yes. But I like being overprepared for gyms than underprepared. Like, I will fully admit that when I fought the Fighting Dojo, I was horribly underprepared. Did you know that even the anime didn't get the gym order right in Kanto? I mean, yes, Ash still faces off against Brock, Misty, and... well, no. He fights Brock and Misty, which is correct. Then he fights Sabrina as his third gym. A lot of people kind of forget that. His third gym battle was against Sabrina. Then his fourth gym battle was against Lieutenant Surge. Then fifth was Erica, sixth was Koga, and then we're back on track. So that tells you how ambiguous these gyms were back then. Although Sabrina being the third was kind of strange. Not gonna lie on that one. But it tells you how ambiguous it is between Erica, Koga, and Sabrina. And that's actually the order it's supposed to be. It's Surge, Erica, Koga, then Sabrina. Also, we will be going through the cycling road and going through as many trainers as possible there. I will go the other way, which is known as Silence Bridge, but I will do that off screen so I don't bore anyone with it, because That's a very long route full of nothing but trainers. So, that's going to be part of my off-screen grinding for this game. You knew I was going to do it eventually. I think the stopping point will be beating Koga. That'll be a good place to stop. Because there's a lot that happens afterwards. And I have to make sure I'm prepared as possible against Sabrina. I always thought Flame Whale only had 15 PP. Not 25. Oh well, I'm not complaining. I feel like she should have been the first opponent. Because she's the one that says welcome. Ah, cool trainers. This is what the ace trainers used to be called. A lot of people forget that. But it makes a little more sense for them to be called ace trainer than cool trainer. But I also get it at the same time. So yeah, cool trainers are the epitome of the best trainers, the best of the best in terms of trainers. They tend to have some pretty buff Pokemon, especially for the area, and don't really have one big strategy. They just use some of the strongest Pokemon that they can use at the particular point in the game that you're in. Or they're known to be very skilled, known to use items in niche situations. It's why so many of them are in Norman's gym in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. So that's more or less how that works. Also, their AI tends to be a little more intelligent. Well, that's too dang bad. Actually, I think I'll do two things. Off screen for the grinding. I'm also going to clear out Sylph Company, because I actually do go out of my way and battle every single Team Rocket member. But don't worry, I will not fight the rival, and I will not fight Giovanni. I'll just go through and clear out the Rockets. I just want to highlight that there's I just want to highlight the 4 Rocket brothers. That's it. There's 4 different Rockets that are not named, and they're all apparently brothers. In Let's Go, they're changed to the Rocket Sisters. Because, you know, we have to have representation. That's how it's where it is now, but oh well. To be fair, though, in the originals as well as this game, you don't really encounter female Rocket members until you get to the post-game. Then you encounter, I believe, one female grunt and one female admin, and that's it. I don't know, I've always found that weird. Also, I will point out something about those admins when we get there. First of all, they weren't even mentioned or seen in the main story. So were they just twiddling their thumbs in the Sevi Islands for no reason? Or why were they never even brought up in the actual game? You would think Giovanni would have a tight leash on them. But anyway. So all healed up. Let's go fight Erica. Hello, lovely weather, isn't it? It's so pleasant. Oh dear, I must have dozed off. Welcome. My name is Erica. I am the leader of Celadon Gym. I am a student of the Order Flower Arranging. My Pokemon are solely of the grass type. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea that you wish to challenge me. Very well, but I shall not lose. Ladies and gentlemen, the easiest and most forgettable gym leader in Kanto, Erica. Grass types have 5 weaknesses on their own. Fire, bug, poison, ice, and flying. That's not good. So this is why I feel like she's the easiest and the most forgettable. Because you can just, with a halfway decent fire or flying type, you can just breeze right through her. Because you see how fast I'm just blowing right through her. Granted, I'm 4 levels higher, but, you know, that doesn't matter sometimes. And heal, because I know how it works. Okay. You still lose. Also, did anyone know that the gym leaders pack full heals? I never did until I messed with status conditions to win one time. Oh, I concede defeat. You are remarkably strong. I must confer on you the Rainbow Badge. The Rainbow Badge will make up the Pokemon at the level 50 or bay. It also allows Pokemon to use strength in and out of battle. Please also take this with you. Yeah. Wouldn't you agree that it's a wonderful move? I also love the edit for that guy. The old man staring into the gym full of ladies. In Infinite Fusion, they turned him into Master Roshi. Oh, that just makes too much sense. Okay, don't necessarily need an HM user now. Brucey won't get much action. It's mostly going to be Baguska going down the cycling road, because most of the trainers are poison-type trainers. So, but we need the experience. But I also forget that there is something else in our way. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to use Brucey to weaken it. And then provided it doesn't use rest on its own, we're going to put it to sleep. I've always liked this move, Rolling Kick. Just a shame that not a ton of Pokemon learn it. Nice. Also, I love the joke with Snorlax. If you ever feel unmotivated, just remember, it took Snorlax 10 years to stand up. This is it after it attempted to get up in Ruby Sapphire and Emerald. Darn it, I forgot I had Chesto Berry. Oh yeah, we're Pokeballs. This may not work. Hey! I'll take it. I always found Snorlax a humorous Pokemon. How it's that enormous, only wakes up to eat and then falls asleep again. I can relate. But in battle, it is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. They lock the amulet coin behind getting 40 Pokemon. That is so stupid. That really is. I mean, we'll have 40 species after we're done in Fuchsia City, but still. I also love how the bike theme became the route theme for this route in Let's Go. Because with a bicycle gone, it has no other purpose. So the theme is just, the route just becomes this because it's what plays when you get on the bicycle and are on this route anyway. Now, the thing about Cycling Road, there are less trainers here. And they're simply just fodder to level up Baguska. So she can actually deal with the gym. Why don't you come over here and make me? I have no fear. I had an uncle that we called Cue Ball. I never understood why we called him that. But he wasn't even bald. And so I never understood what Cue Ball meant. It just means that you're just a big bald man. That's another name for them. Oh yeah, and these random bikers and cue balls are all in the area above in Let's Go. It's like, well, yeah, they do something with the biker gang. Yeah, exactly. We're bikers, 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 we're bikers. Now, one thing about Psychic, I will be using some PP ups on it because it only has 10 PP, which is very low. I'll get rid of poison gas. What's the point? Yeah, now we're talking. Finally packing some heat. Still using confusion on coughing though, because they're not worth it. Now, I will use Psychic on this though. Feeling hungry means, so are you hangry? Now, one thing about going downhill on Cycling Road on the slope, hold B, and you'll come to a complete stop. You'll still be facing down the slope, but you can stop. A mod champ? Now, I honestly wasn't expecting that at this point in the game. 1 HP. And special defense drop, which was necessary. Why else would I be here? Ask yourself that. Now, I believe one Pokemon you can find here and nowhere else is actually Ponyta. I don't plan on using Ponyta, but it's going to be there for the data. Actually, what am I doing? I can get a Ponyta almost guaranteed later. Yeah. Of course, there is that. That's like using Scary Face than using Agility. What's the point? You guys don't carry that much money anyway. What are you talking about? Crit. Nice crit. Alright, I'm gonna come back to the route because I need to go heal. There's a few more bikers you can battle. But, like I said, I'm gonna go heal, and I'm gonna go train Spike against these bird keepers down here. Fuchsia City. Isn't that the truth? Well, alright. On second thought, we're just going to go through the Safari Zone a few times. Always found it funny how it uses the evolution theme going through the Safari Zone. See, this is why I said I was holding off on the Nidoran line. Well, the Nidoking line and the Nidoqueen line, because you can catch them. You can catch the other prior forms here. Also, I don't even throw rocks. I just throw the balls at full odds because it really doesn't matter in the end. What you're essentially doing is just throwing great balls at them at full health. That's how this works. The rock makes them more easy to capture, but they're more likely to run from you. Whereas bait is the other way around. They're less likely to run from you, but they're harder to capture. Also, throwing rocks just isn't right. I thought about using Rhydon, but it's a little easier to raise in Let's Go. But I do fully recommend it for that game. It's actually really good. Oh no, I'm not going to catch this. They have to give me a rare encounter. I'll eat my hat if I catch this. Yeah, I was about to say. So half the fun of the Safari Zone 2 is making it to the secret house, first of all. And then second of all, going around again and then picking up all the items. Like I said, Paris will be able to capture out the Wazoo later. That's why I wasn't bothered by missing my chance at Mount Moon. Speaking of Paris, I forgot the Parasect appeared here. I didn't think it did. Also, there's a reason why Parasect is called Parasect. It's because the mushroom that's part of the body is actually a parasite. It seems like a symbiotic relationship, but it's not. It's a parasitic one. The mushroom is taking over the body entirely. Man, just stay in the ball at that point. That's just insulting. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this one likes to fool you. Now, there was another Pokemon I considered, because it would have been very unique. Exeggutor. I have never used Exeggutor except in the Alola games, in which it, has a different regional variant form and it was a different type entirely, but it was still usable. It was very different, I've got to say. I already caught you, so I'm not going to bother. My step count. Ooh, cool. I have more than half. But I've never used basic Exeggutor. Sure, its typing isn't that good, but its special attack stat is ridiculously high. Also, pick these up, you're going to need them. Those are the gold teeth that the warden dropped. I love how they put this sign here. They're around here somewhere. And here's the secret house. And that's how you get Surf, of course. Alright. Let's see what else we can uncover here. Can't believe I almost caught a Kangaskhan, though. That would be one for the highlight reel. And fun fact, if you actually just rotate in place, you use up no steps at all, and then you're still triggering encounters. See? Of course, all I'm finding are eggs right now, so... And like I said, Nidoking was another option I was considering, because it's actually a very good Pokemon in general, because its move pool is very vast. Also, Stab Earthquake is nice, but doesn't learn it naturally. Yeah, here's where we're going to fill out majority of our Pokedex. Provided we can actually capture the Pokemon, though, that's another thing. Okay, I'm finding a repeats here. I'm probably going to go back to a different area. I'm running out of steps, though. Yeah, I'm finding a repeats in this area. I think I'm probably out of time, though. Almost. You know, I really shouldn't count in the rest houses. They really shouldn't. Alright. So how's it looking now? 34. Not bad. Not bad. Still got a decent ways to go, though. But not bad. Also, what is Pokemon's fascination with old men losing their teeth? Just putting that out there. By teaching it Surf, it's going to have a lot more versatility to it. I'm going to teach Brucey Strength because that just makes sense. I just wish Rolling Kick were better. It's a cool move. I just wish it were better. And thus it begins. The boulder puzzles. Ugh. There's a lot of agony involved with those, and everyone knows it. Okay, so for some dumb reason, I don't know why, but even though this is marketed as a poison-type gym, there are psychic Pokemon in here. I never understood that. Is Bill's family. Again, this is a poison type gym. So why is everyone using So why are people using psychic types? Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? Now I get it, Drowsy and Hypno can learn Poison Gas, but that's a very strange reason to just plop them in this gym. Now this makes no sense at all. Oh, are you allowed in here because Because your strategies are very toxic. Ah. Thought I was clicking on Flame Wheel. Well, there won't be a future for you. Yeah, you do too. Using psychic type Pokemon in a poison gym. What are you, nuts? Now, if you actually look very closely, you can make out a little bit of the invisible wall. Again, why are you using psychic type Pokemon in a poison type gym? Your strategies make no sense. Ooh, that's not good. So you use a physical move. Smart. Smart. Bro, my special defense went down and you're using physical moves. Okay, now that makes sense. But you're dead after this turn. Magicians always fascinate me. I could never understand how they get it to work. But that's what makes it that much more fascinating to me. You know what, Holbein? You also have Bite, so you haven't had much action lately. It's not gonna be as strong as Arcanines, but hey. Ah, stretch. That was what I was looking for. It's like, yeah, Drowsy and Hypno can learn poison gas, but that's a really big stretch. I don't understand that. This is why I'm happy they fixed this in Let's Go to where every trainer has poison types. And you know, it's only the most prominent type in Gen 1. Let's see, we have, let's see, you have the Zubat line, the Gengar line, Venonat and Venomoth. The Coughing and Wheezing line, Arbok. The Beedrill line. The Nido line. Well, the Nido lines, I should say. So, what's your excuse here? Why do they randomly have Psychic-type Pokemon? Oh yes, fun fact. So, you actually meet up with Koga's daughter in this game, but due to a translation problem, well, translation failure, her name is Shireen. And it's supposed to be Janine. And there's the connection in which she becomes the gym leader after Koga gets promoted to the Elite Four. I always found it interesting, too, how canonically the 5th gym leader got promoted to the Elite Four. That's very true. Now see, this guy's using Arbok. See, he gets it. Whoops, meant to use Psychic. Oh well. Didn't matter. I'll take a crit. Oh no, I'm going to be a -3 attack. Look how many craps I give. Also, this is a stretch too. Sand Slash? I mean, yeah, I can learn Poison Sting, and it's based on a hedgehog, which can be poisonous. Well, no, they're not. Porcupines are, though. Did they ever make a platypus Pokemon? Why haven't they, then? It could be water poison, that's easy. Oh, Sand Attack. I think I need to move Confusion and Psychic. There, now I won't make that mistake again. Who are you? I'm you, but better. Yeah. That's one of the age-old questions, ain't it? Yep. And in this generation, poison not only lingers after battle, you take damage every few steps, and if your Pokemon's HP reaches 0, it faints. Now, Gen 4, you still take damage out of battle, but it stops at 1 HP. And then from Gen 5 onwards, I believe it was Gen 5 onwards, they just removed taking damage out of battle entirely. I get it, though. It was a bit of a frustrating mechanic. A mere child like you dares to challenge me? The very idea makes me shiver with mirth. Very well. I shall show you a true terror as a ninja master. Poison brings steady doom. Sleep renders foes helpless. Despair to the creeping horror of poison-type Pokemon. To this day, he's still probably one of the best poison-type specialists in the series. I can understand why he got promoted to Elite Four. Because he's no slouch. Thing is, though, we have a big advantage over him. Now, this thing is a nightmare in Infinite Fusion, because he fuses it with Chansey. It's like you think Muck's specially defensive now. Wait till you pair it up with one of the biggest special defensive walls in the game. Okay, now he will definitely heal here, so I'm just going to go for it again. I just had a lower damage roll, unfortunately, there. That time it was higher. You know, would it make more sense for him to have a Venomoth here or something like that? Or maybe a Golbat? Instead of a second coughing. You're so toxic, man. Okay, now you're really toxic. There's Koga. You're proving your worth. Here, take the soul badge. Now that you have the soul badge, the defense of your Pokemon rises. It also lets you use Surf outside of battle. Ah, take this too. Sealed within that TM6 likes toxic. It is a secret technique dating back to some 400 years. Yep, that's how it works. So, toxic poisoning. Now, they've changed how toxic works. In the past, if a Pokemon was capable of learning a TM, it could learn Toxic. Now they've changed that. Only certain Pokemon and most poison types can learn. But Toxic, the reason for this is because Toxic was a very reliable strategy for stalling opponents. What you would do is you would use Toxic and then use Pokemon like Vaporeon with a lot of bulk and teach it moves like Wish, where you just infinitely recover health. And as Toxic gets worse and worse. So it does like, I think it's 1/64 of your HP for the first damage, then 1/32, and then 1/16, so on and so forth. Until the Pokemon faints. Yeah, that it's a really, really bad thing. Alrighty then. Well, I said we get to Koga, and then I'm going to do the Sylph Company, just clearing out the Rocket members, and Silence Bridge, as well as the rest of Cycling Road off-screen. It's going to be part of the off-screen grinding. So, next time, we will pick up